Good afternoon, President Ishihara and Ms. Valdez. Good to see everybody.
How are you?
Not that anybody's listening to us right now, anyway, but that's.
I don't think so. So there's 4 people participants. There's one
attendee.
Yeah, we've got Jessica there.
Yep.
All right. So I would like to call the order. I would like to call to order the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, November 17th, 2020. This meeting will be conducted completely online. Executive Order N2920 supersedes prior instructions and prohibits a gathering space, even if social distancing guidelines are followed. To participate in this online meeting, please see the link on the website. Live streaming on YouTube will begin approximately 6 p.m. when we reconvene to open session. The URL for YouTube live streaming may be found on the NHEOSD website just before the meeting convenes to open session. Are there any speakers for closed session? If you have anything that you'd like to comment on for closed session items, please raise your hand. Seeing no attendees in the gallery, I'm assuming there will be no comments for closed session. For that, there being no speakers for closed session, the board will now leave open session and go to closed session. All right, looks like we have everybody here. All right, so it is 6 o'clock, so I will call the meeting to order. The board will now convene to open session and report out from closed session. The board took 3 actions in closed session. First, the board took action related to item 3.7 by a 5-0 vote to approve the waiver for district's PE requirement for student 1. Secondly, the board took action related to item 3.7 by a 5-0 vote, approve the waiver for district's PE requirement for student 2. And thirdly, the board took action by a 5-0 vote to appoint Jessica Langbrar as a coordinator for the Educational Services Division. So I want to do let's see here. Let me just finish up with this. Relative to board item 3.1, 3.2, 3.5, and 3.6, there's nothing to report. The Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, the 17th, 2020 will be conducted completely online. Executive Order N-29-20 supersedes prior instructions and prohibits a gathering space even if social distancing guidelines are followed. Live streaming on YouTube will begin now for an open session for the Board of Education meeting. The URL for YouTube live streaming may be found on NHUSD Board of Education webpage just before the meeting begins at 6 p.m. If you'd like to provide public comment for this meeting, you may do so by utilizing the raise your hand option in Zoom. If you are calling in by phone, please press *9 and wait to be called on. We have 1 community member comment ahead of this meeting via our public comment email address. The comment has been provided to the board prior to the start of this meeting. Additionally, I would like to remind the public that we will not be responding to questions posed by those making public comments this evening. At this time, as I mentioned during the report out, that we have that the board has appointed Jessica Langbrar as a coordinator. Ms. Brar is present today at today's meeting, so I'd like to invite her to the meeting so that the board can congratulate her.
Hello. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for this opportunity. I am so excited to serve the district in this capacity. So I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, thank you. Any board members have any comments for Ms. Langbrar?
Congratulations, Jessica.
Thank you.
Congratulations for your service. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations from me too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations. I don't know if the board knows this or not, but Ms. Langbrar and I go way back to the Hillview Crest days. You know, she was the first principal in a string of principals there, and she's been there ever since. I have nothing but confidence that she's going to execute her duties with nothing but professionalism and great quality. So welcome aboard and congratulations.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Oh, comment?
Yes, Member Chima.
Thank you for extending your comments, President Nishihira.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a good kind of a long history of working with each other too. I remember after 9/11, sometimes a few years after, Sikh community, actually, we were trying to advocate and let people know that the students, that's we had good conversation, your service and heart. That's long after that incident. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All
We
right.
will not forget. We will not forget you care so much about all of the students, all of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Thank you, Jessica. All right. With that, we need a roll call. Can we have a roll call, please?
Poor,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong, Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Here. So to be
The la-
clear,
Aye.
this is a roll call for attendance.
I don't
Yep.
know. Aye.
Here.
Here. Velasco,
Here.
Trejo.
Here.
Okay, with that, actually, I think this is our first meeting with student board member Trejo, right? Correct?
Yes. This is my
Yeah,
first
well,
board meeting.
welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here. Okay. All right. So that is roll call. All right. So with that, I'll entertain, moving on to 5.2, I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the agenda.
So moved.
A second.
So member Canlis and then member Chima. Roll call, please.
Mr. President, you want me to start with the students though from now on, right?
Yes.
Okay. Velasco,
Here.
to approve the agenda. Velasco,
This is an
Think
this is an
aye.
item.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Trejo,
Oh, yeah, here.
Kaur,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Okay, just a moment while my computer catches up. Sorry, my bandwidth is a little bit slow, so things are actually loading a little bit slow, so please bear with me. And I've been having some weird audio issues as well, so hopefully we can maintain. All right. Okay, 6.1. All right, because of the COVID-19 shelter in place order, the district has provided the opportunity for community members to address the board via email at public comment at nhusd.k12.ca.us. The deadline to submit requests was today at 2 p.m. Prior to the deadline, there were no comments regarding items not on the agenda. So with that, are there any community members that wish to address the board on topics, hang on a second, that are not on the agenda? Please raise your hand using the Zoom functionality or press *9 on your phone. Okay, I do not see any hands raised. Okay, so now we are going to move on to 7.1. Looks like with that, there were prior to the deadline, we received one comment, which has been shared with the board. Now with that, are there any community members that wish to address the board with topics that are on the agenda? One of the things that I would like to just note for the people who would like to provide comment, we are, if the nature of the comment is anything related to the reopening plan, or the reopening plan, please note that we're going to have a public hearing in topic 9.1. So it would be good to have those comments in that spot. Otherwise, please raise your hand if you have a comment for anything for topics that are on the agenda. I'm looking at the attendee list, looking for raised hands. I see no comments for topics not on the agenda. All right, with that, we are going to move to item 8.1, and this is a Superintendent Thompson will share a proposed reopening plan for 2021. So Dr. Thompson, please take it away.
All right. Well, it really, you'll see that this is kind of three related presentations in one presentation. So I'm going to try and move through them as quickly as I can for the sake of time here. And let me just pop this up into a way that I was trying this earlier, make sure this works. All right, I'm going to go into screen sharing mode. And let me do this real quick. Hang on, bear with me. All right, hang on. almost there. Okay, we're gonna do this, and let me jump into screen sharing. All right. So President Ishihara, you see the reopening update screen? Is that?
We do. Yep.
All
We're seeing
right,
what we need to see.
excellent. So then this is working as planned. Good. Okay, so really, like I said, this is kind of 3 presentations in one. We're going to go over this will be the second survey that we've had come out. We have the results back, and we'll also talk about the local conditions that actually have some bearing on that as well. We'll go through the steps and timeline, general timeline for how we need to, if we're going to, when we reopen, the steps and the things that are involved with that. And then we'll get to the third part, which is the reopening plan. And then subsequent to that, we'll take board questions, and then we'll open the public hearing for it. So, all right, let's move forward. So if the people probably recall that we sent out a survey after we opened school to get a sense of how we're doing in distance learning. And we got results back. We shared with the board that based on at our board meeting in October, and we made quite a few changes in what we were doing based on the input we got from parents and staff at that time. So one of the things that we want to keep doing is checking in to make sure that we're continuing to move forward in a way that is improving our distance learning. So part of the survey that came out was about the distance learning piece, but we also included this time questions about how our community feels about reopening. And so we have the results from that too. So there's some general information about the survey. Just so everybody knows, you're seeing the aggregated version tonight. We will have a link to the disaggregated survey data that we'll put on our website if all goes well tomorrow. So if you really want to dig into some of these numbers, you can see exactly where this data is aggregated from. For example, you can see which schools parents applied from or that responded from. So we had a bigger turnout this time, in part because we did a better job of communicating the survey to our Logan students. And in general, we had 1,200 high school students that responded, most of them from Logan. And then you can see the breakdown from there. The biggest group was from parents, obviously there, and smallest group from our classified staff. And so I'm going to go through a couple things with the distance learning. Clearly, most of a good number of folks don't believe distance learning is as good as in classroom learning, and I think we would agree with that. So you can see the numbers here about how high school students feel and parents feel about learning loss. It's something that I think schools across the entire country are echoing these kinds of sentiments as well. Certain subjects seem to be better suited for distance learning, and you can see here that the students they felt like English was better suited for this, and math and science not so much so. Students are still experiencing some login issues, not as much as before, but it's probably just like all of us. Every time you turn around, Wi-Fi is going in or out, and that still is something that I don't know how much of that we can actually tackle that we have control over. Anyway, but that was there. Overall, though, I think the feeling, the sentiments that we got were both from teachers and parents, and were that systems and schedules and our processes are better now than they were. Maybe people are just getting more used to them. We've worked out some kinks, so that's good news. And the written comments were much more positive overall than last time. So a little good news there, and pretty much nothing terribly surprising. But we will continue to try to improve our distance learning as we move forward. So then we get into the reopening part. And also, to me, not surprisingly, we had the students were the group that out of all of those that responded that were the most likely to want to come back, with 44% of our high school students wanting to come back. And actually, I was surprised at the number of high school students that wanted to remain in distance learning. So that the difference between that's 88% of the kids and the rest of the students were just undecided that responded. So parents were less inclined to want their students coming back. And remember, this survey closed when data was trending well in the county. Our case rates were down, the test the number of people testing positive it was before the current surge that we're in was hit. And even back then, you know, to be fair, I think a lot of people saw what is happening now coming. So I'm sure that factored into people's thinking. But 62% of the parents who responded wanted to remain in distance learning. 27 wanted to come back, and of that 27%, 5% wanted to come back fully with no hybrid schedules at all. So staff less inclined to come back. 75% of the teachers responding wanted to remain in distance learning. And for the classified group, 85% of those employees that responded would prefer to remain in distance learning. So, you know, that's interesting to see. And I understand the concerns. The factors affecting the decisions were not surprising either. You know, people there were a number of concerns expressed about the need for a vaccine to be in place before they felt comfortable coming back. Some of the parents expressed, you know, they not wanting to run back into our hybrid schedules because they felt that they wasn't going to work for them as well. And then there were students that were worried about parents wanting to worry about or having to worry about juggling multiple kids at different sites. That was another popular reason as to why they weren't inclined to rush back into in-person learning. There's more. There's, like I said, if you go in to dig into the disaggregated data that we'll make available tomorrow, you can dig more deeply into all of this stuff. I'm just trying to give a kind of a topical overview. Local conditions. One of the things that we've been working on and have started is we've started our support pods, our learning pods. We launched them at the Family Center, and these are small groups that with a staff member where they can come on campus and get some support for distance learning. We targeted students with very specific needs for the Family Center pods, and all of our sites are also preparing to look into launching this. And it's probably really good that we didn't stop moving forward this way, because when I created this document last week, I was going to share that things weren't looking as good. We were heading from if you follow the restrictive tier, the tiers for reopening that the states put out, with the yellow tier being the least restrictive and purple being most restrictive. We were in orange, and then the data was trending towards red. Well, if you were paying attention to the news yesterday, we jumped from orange over red and right back into the most restricted tier based on the data that's coming out. So right now, what that means for us in terms of reopening is, if we were ready to go right now, we would not be able to reopen our schools. No schools can reopen that haven't already done so in the purple tier. Practically though, we weren't ready. We have a lot of work to do in order to be able to reopen anyway. So this from a practical perspective really doesn't change what we're doing. We're going to continue doing all the work we need to do to prepare for reopening, because again, you've heard this theme all along. We want to be ready to open when our community is ready to open, and it's right to do so for us. So that's probably a pretty good segue into, you know, what are these steps in the process. And so there are obviously all of the logistical steps. There's the PPE, there's the sanitation, there's the ventilation, all of that stuff. And you'll see some of that when we'll talk about some of that when we get to the reopening plan. Believe it or not, that's the easy part. We have all the PPE we need. We've got our ventilation issues sorted out. We've got pathways through the school. Principals have been working on that. That is the easy part. The steps I'm talking about don't relate to that. This is the hard work that's coming up, and I'll give you a brief overview, and then we'll dive a little more deeply into each of these steps. One of the things, the first step before we can consider reopening, particularly if we're reopening in a hybrid mode, which is the overwhelmingly most likely scenario, we have to make sure we've got those schedules finalized. There's two parts that happen in parallel fashion. We are required to provide parents choice now. Even, things are different than they were when the summer started. A lot's happened. And so making sure that parents and students have a choice into what option they want. We'll get into that a little bit. And at the same time, in parallel fashion, we need to figure out which staff members we have that are able to come back. So that's the next step. Once we know those two things, in step 2, we have to begin to reshuffle everything. We have to balance classes, move students, reassign teachers to match up those that want to come back with those that can, and try to match up those that don't want to come back with those that can't in a distance learning mode. So we'll get into that in a little more detail, but that's a significant step. Once we get past that, there's a training component for staff, and then an education and training component for students and parents as well about what it means to come back on campus. And then we're ready to open in a hybrid mode. So this is important. And one of the benefits of seeing what's happening in other places across the state and across the country is it becomes pretty clear when you dig into some of what the other districts have tried to do or are currently doing when it comes to reopening, is that if you have choice and not enough people sign up to come back, it's just not logistically possible to create a schedule where students can come back on campus. So we'll talk about that coming up, but you need Livermore, as an example, shared their plan last week, where they shared that if they don't get 2/3 of the parents committing to send their kids back to in-person instruction, they're not going to go back to a hybrid mode. They're going to stay in distance learning, because the hurdles, and I'll share some of them coming up, and the logistics behind it are just become almost insurmountable. So let's dig in a little bit. So hybrid schedules, lots of talk about hybrid schedules. We actually have hybrid schedules for elementary, middle, and high school. And I know I want to clarify some confusion about that. We started this process. It was very obvious back in late spring, early summer, that there was going to be a need to do this. So we didn't wait around. We got design teams together, and the design teams were made up of teachers at the different grade levels, and we led by administrative staff. And based on the parameters that we knew at the time, these design teams created schedules that they recommended to the district to move forward. So when that happened, and this started in June, I think we shared the first drafts of them at our board meeting in June. We shared them publicly for input. We held a town hall meeting on them towards the end of June. We brought them back in July. We made revisions. And continued to fine tune them. And then ultimately, these hybrid schedules were packaged up in a negotiations process with our teachers union, and we agreed to an MOU with them in right before the start of the school year. That was ratified by NHTA members. In parallel fashion, we had a MOU with our CSEA employees, and really enabled us. A lot of hard work went into it from our teachers and our classified employees to get those MOUs in place. The hybrid schedules were part of the MOU. So they were ratified with that MOU, and then the board subsequently approved the MOUs in a meeting that was after that. But I think I've heard from some of our design team members that they said, hey, we didn't approve anything, we just recommended schedules, and that is absolutely accurate. The schedules were approved when they were ratified by our union, and then subsequently approved by the board. So anyway, I just want to clarify that. But also in this presentation, which is linked to the board agenda, if you want to dig in and take a closer look at the hybrid schedules to refresh your memory, they're there. For the sake of timing, we're not going to do another dive into them because we presented these publicly multiple times. So that is step one, is moving those forward. So here's the thing, though. They were created back in a time when we had limited information. And what we've seen since then is we were, I think, the first district to actually in Alameda County to have an MOU with hybrid schedules and all of that stuff packaged up. So we were leading the pack that way. The downside of leading the pack is there aren't any other examples that you can turn to. And based on the information we had, we put together the best schedules we could come up with. But we've learned a lot, and right now we've reactivated a smaller design team group for both the secondary and the elementary schedules, because what we want to do before we jump into this, into the reopening process, because this is the foundational piece to the process. We want to make sure that we're not overlooking something, and maybe there's a better schedule out there. So these teams are doing a tight, deep dive into other options and looking at to see if there's anything there. I'm hoping that we'll have this work done by the end of November. It's a little ambitious given with the holidays and all that, but that is the hope. The teams have been meeting and are looking at a variety of different options. if there is something that they're recommending moving forward, then we would bring that through the approval process later. But again, these design teams aren't approving anything. They're just looking at other options that they might want to recommend. So that's that with hybrid schedules. And again, one of the things that I've learned, before you can progress any further in the reopening process in a meaningful way, is you have to have your hybrid schedules done, complete, and solid. And again, we have ones that are already, we've moved forward, but we, to be fair to everybody, we want to take another look at them. So there's that. That's step one. So once that's done, we will be able to follow with step two. And so there's two parts to step two. There's the parent-student choice. Do you want to go back into a hybrid mode, or do you want to remain in distance learning? And then we have to make our staff determinations as well. So I'm going to tackle each one briefly. So choice for parents, and this is why it's critical that you have your hybrid schedules done, because I know I'm a parent, I've got a high school kid, and before I would make a choice on how I want to send, whether or not I want to send my student back into a hybrid schedule or keep him in distance learning, I want to know what the hybrid schedule looks like. I want to know what it means for me. So when we get to this phase, we have to spend some time really making sure that parents are very clear on what this means. What does it look like for me as a parent? What does it mean for me to have to drop kids off, pick them up? Do I have to make other arrangements with my work? So that's all pretty critical. And there are some pretty important pieces that need to come out when we have to do this reshuffling, because again, we have to figure out who wants to come back, who doesn't, and which staff members can and who can't. And then we have to do a shuffling. In Napa Unified, for example, they have all of their classes at the elementary level. And that involves students having different teachers, different classrooms, and they were worried they were able to prevent it because they had enough students opting in. They were worried that they were gonna have to move some students to different schools. So when you do this, this is part of the process. And that's something that parents just need to be really clear, is that it's not going to be what it was when or even what you have now in the distance learning format. So that's something that's emerged as a definite factor in this process. And the other thing that people need to understand too is learning in the classrooms isn't going to be the same. There's no group work. You're going to be seated 6 feet apart. You're going to have PPE on. The teacher's not going to be moving around interacting with you. The teacher's going to be 6 feet apart. So there is, it's not going to look the same and feel the same as it would in a non-pandemic format. So before parents make a choice, they need to see what the schedule looks like. They need to understand some of these mechanical things. And once we get our schedules in place and we're able to share them, we'll spend more time digging into these details and with plenty of opportunity for parents to ask questions. And then once we've done this education piece, parents have to commit, which means that you are committing one way or the other. Because if we go through this process and we do this reshuffling, what it means is that when you need to commit one way or the other. I'm coming back or I'm staying in hybrid, and there's no backseas on this one. There's no, once you commit, we will reshuffle everything, and then there's no backing out. You are locked in for the rest of the year, one way or the other. So that's or if we come back completely, because the vaccines, everyone has the vaccine, there's no more virus, then that would be the best scenario. But that's kind of a big step. So again, you can kind of see why you have to have the hybrid schedules. You have to understand all the nuances before you would be willing to do step two in this choice process, which is to commit. So we plan on trying to keep the PLA as an option. There are a few logistical hurdles about making sure that you can transition at a point that makes sense and the classes line up and all of that, but to the degree it's possible, we'll keep that as an option as well. Okay, so staff determinations are a little simpler, but probably more time consuming. So we need to figure out who can return. We need to figure out if somebody doesn't want to return and they want to request a leave of absence, and there's a process for that. And then we need to figure out who can't return because they have some type of either a personal medical issue or a family medical issue. And then there's a process that we have to engage in that dictates how that plays out. And it took, for example, some of my other colleagues in other places, weeks to go through this process. So that's why we want to make sure that we are doing the parent choice and the staff choice to the degree we can as much as upfront as possible. But again, some of that hinges on the hybrid schedules. For example, if I'm a staff member, I'm a teacher, and I'm not sure if I want to come back or not, I kind of want to know what I'm coming back to. What hybrid schedule am I walking into? Is it something I feel like I can manage? That type of thing. So step one is the key step in the process. And then before we can get into these two pieces, these two parts in step two, the parent choice and the staff determination piece are going to take a chunk of time. Step three is, again, I front loaded this a little bit, is once we know who can come back, once we know who wants to come back, we need to create classes around this, assign teachers, and again, what this looks like and how it looks, and if we can even do it will depend on what we learn in that second phase in this reopening process. This will take some time. I know in other places, this was the most difficult part of the reopening process, this step three. And again, just a reminder, it's going to look different than what we have in place now. This part, once we get past that, then this part is fairly straightforward. All staff will be trained on the district and site specific protocols. Parents and students will have an educational component about that. And then, we can start this process soon, but we already have started the legwork leading up to it, but we really can't. It's hard to train staff and educate parents and students until we know exactly where they're going to be. And again, that's where step three comes in. You can kind of see how this is all laddered one step after the next. Can't go to step two until you got step one. You can't go to step three until you've got step two. Can't do step four really until you have step three. And this is this is the way it works. So eventually we get here when we can reopen, and we haven't made any decisions about what this looks like yet. There's different districts that have employed different approaches. I'll go back to Napa for an example, because I spent a lot of time with that superintendent, having her talk through her plan. They opened K-12, but they did it in a two-part process. Most other districts are starting elementary first, some with the early grades, some with the upper grades. And it kind of depends. And so most likely for us, we'll probably have an elementary start based on the way things seem to be going, but we haven't made a decision. And then again, I want to be clear, no decisions have been made about this. No recommendations have been made about this yet, but this is, in every district, the 5 steps I've just outlined are the steps that everybody has to undertake. When we first started this journey, we were so focused on PPE and ventilation and disinfecting and all that stuff that it really, these were, I think, underestimated and undervalued in the reopening process. And now that people have been through that first part, this is the part that these 5 steps are the ones that are really, really pretty significant in the process. So these are all tentative timelines. The timelines basically got blown out of the water yesterday again, when we moved from the orange tier to the purple tier, which means that, again, the county is currently not taking any reopening plans. There's no waivers to apply for reopening. The only thing that we are allowed to do right now is continue to open our small learning pods, which we will continue to do so. So if all goes well, in November, we complete our review of the hybrid schedules. We take feedback from tonight and continue to revise our plans. And if we can, we'll send out our staff determination survey to figure out who can come back and who can't. In December, I will finish the staffing determinations. It's probably going to take several weeks for that. We'll make any approvals at our December board meeting about readjustments to our plan or hybrid schedules if all goes well. We'll begin. If all goes well, we'll be able to can start or move through our parent choice process. And the reopening plan that we're going to get to, that's the third part of this. We'll ask the board to do a final approval on that, again, if all goes well. And then there's the possibility that we would be able to set some reopening, some specific dates for reopening. That's looking less likely right now, given the move to the purple tier. Anybody that's being paid any attention, even, for example, Moraga Unified School District, they were set to open Monday morning. They canceled their plans. And everybody that has dates now that you've heard publicly announced moving forward prospectively, they're all tentative at this point. They're all up in the air because of the way that the surge that we've all been kind of expecting has impacted our ability to operate. And again, the governor rather suddenly made that announcement. We're going back to the most restrictive tier. So any dates that are out there anywhere are all tentative at this point, and they just are, because nobody knows what to predict. So again, moving forward, we'll do that. And then if in the best scenario, we would complete our balancing of classes and our training in January and complete our site logistics. And then, once all of that is, after we complete all of that, we would actually be able to reopen. Again, I'm real hesitant to put an exact date on that or recommend one because there's too many unknown variables right now. By our December board meeting, we should know more about where we're at. All right, on to part 3. And this is for all districts in the county, and they are required to submit a reopening plan. So I've shared before that there's a checklist the county put out that they require us to address for reopening. Our plan was built around that checklist. It contains district specific procedures. So it's not very exciting for most people because it really talks about the higher level district stuff that we're going to do. Most people want to know is, well, how's my classroom going to be cleaned? Where does my kid enter the school? Those are site specific things that are going to be developed, that are currently being developed, that are going to have more meaning for the people at the sites. This is just kind of an overarching plan that we can check off and submit to the county. So it's not as, like I said, it's probably not as exciting as it sounds. Anyway, and you'll see, we'll do a quick overview of that. So the site plans will be based on this plan. And again, we've already moved forward because the reality is these plans are, for the most part, based entirely around and incorporate the county's guide for reopening schools. And we've highlighted that before. So I'm not going to do a deep dive into this. We've shared this plan publicly already at our board when we put it out Friday. Anybody that wants to comment on it can tonight or provide us feedback even later on. I'll talk about what that could look like. But anyway, these are the different sections that are in the plan. I'm going to do a very quick trip through them so you can get a sense and stop on a couple where I know people have some interest. So bypassing the summary, and again, if this is all general data about the things that we've either already talked about or just kind of summary documents. I'll stop on the cleaning, disinfection, and ventilation section. These were all the hot topics for the first part of when we talk about reopening that are there. And, we have enough. The good news is I feel pretty good about these parts. We have enough cleaning products for our custodians to clean every site every day. We're going to have cleaning products in every classroom that are student and teacher safe. So that are alcohol based, that you can squirt in your classroom. There'll be hand sanitizer in every classroom. You've heard me say before, we had enough hand sanitizer to fill a swimming pool. PPE we're fine on as well. Ventilation, I do want to talk that I know has been a big concern across the state and really the country, because most schools don't have new HVAC systems. So we had we got our results back from the testing that we did, and we had our staff we have 1,200 different units, four models of which are between 20 and 40 years old. We took those models and our staff put in the recommended filters, the MERV 13 filters, which are the ones that can filter out the viruses and all of the things that are currently being recommended if you can use them. We were concerned we wouldn't be able to use them. But we we did sample testing on all 4 of the different units, ran them for 500 hours with MERV 13 filters, and then evaluated the airflow output before and after, and also the stress that was placed on the motors. That was a concern. And we found, the good news is we didn't find any measurable drop off in airflow during those 500 hours. So they were able to function and push air through at the same rate. We also didn't find any additional stress that was concerning on the motors for doing that. We didn't want to rely solely on our data. So we hired an outside independent agency called American Air to come in. They did their version of the testing on it, and thankfully they were able to corroborate our results. So they also found no appreciable drop off in outflow air output, or anything we should be concerned about with running MERV 13 filters in our older units. The only thing that they noted was that, and this is fairly obvious, I guess, if you think about it, is that the districts got dirty, or the filters got dirtier faster. It makes sense. They're smaller holes that stuff flows through. More stuff gets caught. You got to change them more. So they have a recommended filtration replacement cycle that we will follow. So that's really good news. And then, as I've talked about before, anything else we can do to mitigate certain circumstances in specific classrooms, such as they don't have any windows. We'll try to get an added flow source like a fan in there. We'll operate our systems to the maximum we can without it bringing in outside air. That's recommended. We can operate our systems between 95 and 100% outside air. And when the environmental conditions outside allow for that, we'll do that. So anyway, there are other things that we can do, but the MERV 13 filters were the big one. I know that was a big concern, but we will have them in every one of our AC units coming up. So that's good news there. Cohorting, this is the size of groups that we can have in classrooms. That is all dictated by the county, and we will follow the county guidelines. This is where it gets pretty boring. Physical distancing, we're going to follow the county guidelines on that. How students enter and exit our schools, we'll follow. These are the general parameters that we're going to work with, but again, the specifics will come when the sites start putting the arrows out on the sidewalk and the pavement and training our staff and students on how to enter and how to exit. That's the part that most students are interested in. Food distribution, again, fairly straightforward. PPE, we've got enough of it to mask up an entire city, I think. I'm not worried about PPE. We've got plenty of that. We'll follow the guidelines on that. And again, we've got references in here. Health screening for students and staff. Again, we will follow the county guidelines on that. This document kind of captures some of that. So if you want to dig into some of the details about what that looks like, they are here. What do you do if there's a kid that's ill on campus? How do you, different scenarios for dealing with positive test cases? Hygiene practices, again, these are all based on the county guidelines. Contact tracing and identification. We've gotten pretty good at figuring that out, and that again will follow the guidelines from the county on that, captured here. Staff training and family education, same. We'll have a protocol for that. Testing tonight, good news as well. We're bringing forward for the board to approve a contract with a testing agency that will be able to provide on-site testing for our employees, and free. There'll be no charge to our employees. So check that off. That's another step in the process. This is a little bit more detail about that. What triggers us to switch to distance learning if we have cases that when we go back to reopen and we have cases that emerge at our sites, there's a process for that too. And then a little bit about what we're going to do, how we're going to communicate with the community. We added some sections. One of the things we're concerned about is learning loss and how to mitigate that. So we wanted to include, not required by the county, in our plans, how we're going to mitigate learning loss. So we have those plans embedded in our overall plan. Same with meeting our mental and socio-emotional needs of our students. Some commitments and specifics in there. Some different support options for parents and students, and for our special ed students. And then we have some guiding documents here. The one that I'll call your attention to, and there are links there. This document here that's embedded in this, and again, this is on our board agenda, is what dictates pretty much everything for every school district in Alameda County. We either have to follow the guidance that's in here, or we are following the recommended guidance that's in here. So they've done a really nice job, the county public health department and our county Office of Education, of compiling this. And so this is where, if you want to really get into the specifics, you can see that they have all of that stuff here. And we've included that as a reference and a resource in our plans. So that is it for this. Again, kind of 3 presentations in one in about a half an hour. And with that, I'm going to kick it back to, I'm going to stop sharing and the board for questions, and then we can progress into the public hearing part.
Okay. With that, I'll actually entertain any comments from any of the board members. Please raise your hand if you have comments.
Can I go? So obviously I'm a high school student, and when I first saw the schedule, I was extremely concerned. My biggest critique is how far apart the classes are. So I only get to see one teacher, the teacher like once every 1.5 weeks. Like I'm not. I can tell you right now, I'm not gonna retain any information, and I feel like it's worse than the plan we do have now, the distance learning, because at least we see them, twice a week. So yeah, that's my biggest critique, I guess, on it and concern.
Okay, great.
And I can address that if you'd like. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, so we have the same concern. And this is one of the problems with really getting out in front of things is we were, like I said, we were the first district that I know of that actually had hybrid plans in place. And at that time, our assumption was that everybody's coming back. So based on the class sizes at Logan, there's no, and at our middle schools, there was really no way with the size of our classrooms and the sizes of our classes to do an A-B group, something like we have at the elementary level. We couldn't come up with a way to, other than having 3 different groups. And then with what we knew then about cleaning and whatnot, we couldn't figure out a way to do it in any other way than that. That was the best we could come up with. We've learned a lot since then, which is why we're now, rather than just plowing full bore ahead with those hybrid plans, we're revisiting them. We have a teacher advisory council with NHTA, and then we've that group, we've agreed to have a design team come back together to revisit those schedules at the secondary level, because I don't think you'll find anybody in our entire system, teachers, students, administrators, that thinks those are great schedules. So we're looking at it, and I'm really hopeful that that work will generate something better for kids. Because the reality is, what we know now is when you give that choice, and that choice wasn't something that we were even thinking about as an option. We know we're going to have a good percentage of our students that no matter what, they're going to want to stay in distance learning. So that frees up ways of looking at things differently. So hopefully you'll see some changes, possibly as early as the end of November about that. That'll make them better.
Okay, thank you.
Comment?
Okay, go ahead, Member Shima.
Thank you, Superintendent John Thompson, for presenting the whole comprehensive report. Thank you for very tedious and complex work in this pandemic. We appreciate all of the staff who has worked on it. And I would like to acknowledge and appreciate our board member, student board member, Jessica Velasco, for voicing her opinion about this plan. And this is you're representing a student body. So your voice is well placed and well heard here in this board. So please keep giving us the input from the students' perspective. I know we do have survey, and that survey data has been presented to us and today too in this plan, but you are the live voice of that survey. So always remember to give your input about these opinions. That's your job, being on the school board, being a student board member. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments?
That's it.
Okay.
I just have one quick comment, or a question rather. So was there any data that was distilled for special needs or special ed students?
In terms of the survey?
Survey, yeah.
The only thing that came up there are continually comments about how this typically from parents of students with special needs, about how this is having a disproportional effect on them being in distance learning, and that is absolutely true across the country right now. And I know Sarah's department's been working hard to try to come up with ways to counteract that, but the reality is, for a lot of our most needy kids, distance learning just is not a great option. Sarah has been working on looking at, that's Sarah Kaplan, our director of student services, on ways to see if we can bring back pods for our most needy students that are in special education. So that'll be our next step, and I know that work's being done. I don't know if Mr. Bazzani, if you have anything, don't want to put you on the spot, but I don't know if you have anything more to add to that. If not, it's okay.
No, that's correct. And in fact, there is a meeting to further explore these options scheduled on December 7th with members of the special ed teachers, as well as staff, to be able to explore these options in more detail.
Yeah, thank you. And you're right. I think they are the most affected by this. I mean, all of us are, a lot of the students are, but I think the students with special needs are the ones that are really, really hurting the most. So I do appreciate that extra effort, that extra work that's going to go in to maybe do special pods for that population. And I was also, the interesting data for the high school students, half of them, almost nearly half of them are interested in coming back. And then the other half are okay with the current schedule. I think that tells us something, right? I mean, although I'm sure those that are not interested in coming back are still feeling the loss in learning to some degree, but I think I would like to believe that at least the ones that are wanting to come back, there's a sense of wanting that social aspect to their life returning. So I don't know what additional mental health or mental services that we could provide them at this point, given our very, very lean budget. Is that something that we could consider? I mean, I know we're going to be opening probably soon with the vaccine news coming, around the corner. But I think there needs to be something. That's a 48% or 47% of students wanting to return. That's a huge chunk of students. So how do we look at that number, and how do we do justice to that, basically? But I think hybrid is not an option. A lot of parents have expressed concerns with that too, and I think you've shared many of the variables. Not being able to pick up kids midday, and that routine that just is established now with the distance learning is not going to be there. So I think all those concerns are really real, and those are very much the ones that we also hear from parents. But I would like to kind of see what we would be able to do for that big chunk of students, high school students that are wanting to return in the meantime, while we're still looking at the timelines.
Yeah, and to be fair, there might be more students that would want to come back if we had different hybrid schedules. So that would be, I think that number would probably go up. I don't know, and again, I don't want to put Mr. Pisani on the spot here, but we have, as far as our mental health and socio-emotional approaches, I mean, we're limited in a lot of ways, like everybody else, because we can't bring kids in. But do you want to touch on that at all, about what we do have in place?
Yeah, we've been working with the Student Services Department in conjunction with the Union City Family Center. And on our website, that we've developed a portal for distance learning in terms of parent and family support, which includes mental health and social emotional scaffolds and supports for students and families. So that we have archived that, and it is accessible on our district website.
Thank you.
Oh.
Comment?
All right, go ahead, Member Jim.
So I know high school students, they are also involved in many of the extracurricular activities we provide at James Logan High School. So I was wondering if that's the kind of outlet for some of our students, and if you can share, if not today, maybe in the future, how many students they are actually participating in. I think only the PE or the supports kind of activities. And if there is a possibility in the future for more extracurricular activities, so that students, they can come for a couple of hours, maybe in the pods, when the similar group, something like that, and just explore the opportunity if possible.
Yeah, it's a good thought. It's something that we've had the ability to do since July, really late June. And as you know, we have had several of our sports teams that have been engaging in those activities since early on, since all the way back in July. And I know that there was interest from our drum group at the high school, and I think Color Guard and some other groups that are interested in participating in those activities. I've encouraged it for our principals to see if there are staff members willing and students who want to come back and engage in camp type of activities that again, the guidelines have been available and permissible for those kinds of activities since way back. So we're looking at that. it's a tough one, and it's a tough one. But any opportunity we have where we can safely bring kids back, we will do that.
Okay. Before we move on to the public hearing, just last call if there's anybody else who wants to weigh in before we move on to the public hearing. Okay, moving on to item 9.1, public hearing. The board will now hold a public hearing on the district's proposed reopening plan for 2021. Are there any speakers? If you have any speakers and you are in the audience, please raise your hand and wait to be called on. All right, I see hands going up, so just a second. All right, the first speaker will be Michael Gardner. Let me. Oh, all right, hang on a second. This is a different version of Zoom. Give me just a second. I need to promote. Give me just a second. All right. Mr. Gardner.
Hello, everybody. I am speaking as an individual, and I'm speaking against doing hybrid models this year. I know when we made the original plan, it seemed like a perfectly reasonable idea, but now that we've actually been doing virtual instruction for this time, it has been a huge logistical task, and there has been lost learning in the process. And if we were to go into hybrid during this school year, it would be the entire process all over again. In particular, because we've just moved to purple, makes it very, very unlikely that we'd be able to do it at the semester break. And to attempt to do this at the middle of a quarter just would result in so much lost instruction during that time. It just doesn't seem worth the while. So either we wait until the actual full reopening, or if we're going to do hybrid, it wouldn't be this year. And lastly, just one comment about the idea of parents committing to something, one model or the other. I just want to say that I don't think that's going to be a realistic thing, because even if they sign a contract, no parent's going to stay doing something that they believe is bad for their child. So we shouldn't bank on the idea that parents are committed to do this one model or this model, because if it's not working for their kid, then they just simply won't go along with it. But in conclusion, I just don't think we can do hybrid this year. It would have to be at a semester break, and it won't be this semester break. So all the lost learning from it, from the transition, just makes it not feasible for this year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gardner. Just a second while I do this. Okay. One of the things I neglected to mention is that we will be having a 3 minute speaking limit on this item. Okay. Next we have Colleen Haslett. All right.
Okay. I have some questions about what happens when the vaccine does come out and becomes public, because it seems like that's going to be a lot sooner than anybody expected, maybe by the beginning of next year. So one is, will students and staff be required to be vaccinated in order to attend school now that the vaccine is available? And if so, does it make sense to go a hybrid schedule where students and staff will have contact if within a month or two later, we're going to make them not have contact until they've had this vaccine? That seems kind of, I don't know, backwards. Not sure the right word of that. And as far as going hybrid, since we are so close to have a vaccine, why not just stick it out with the distance learning? We have a vaccine a lot sooner than we expected. Just stick it out, since we are in the distance learning this far, until we can come back completely without any of these restrictions.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Haslett. Okay, with that, let's see here. Okay. Next on the list, we have President Joe Angeles So let me just. All right, Mr. Angeles, you can go ahead and unmute and go ahead and speak.
Thank you, President Nishihara, members of the board, Dr. Thompson, and district staff, and of course, folks in the gallery. I just wanted to make mention, because obviously the plan, the checklist that Dr. Thompson described is based on the county guidelines put out by Dr. Moss's office. And just to advise you that the unions throughout Alameda County have been working with Dr. Moss, Supervisor Valle, and Superintendent Monroe to kind of consider the specifications of that checklist, because as I talked with Dr. Thompson, it seems to be a little bit unclear on what should be the ideal process for, quote, reopening. One of the things, like Member Core mentioned, having a 50% kind of so-called understanding of it doesn't bode well for a reopening plan, because obviously 50% that wants to come in and 50% who doesn't, that causes one commotion. And then you have the teacher staff that has an idea of how well they'll be safe and healthy in an environment. So with those two criteria impacting each other, Dr. Thompson did mention that we'll not be able to open the school even in a hybrid mode. So I agree. I think we should look at what's the parameters for consider reopening. I think January is what's been touted is a little bit premature, because obviously we're back in purple now. It's already November, December. Who knows if we'll be in, quote, if there's such thing, a deep purple by January, because obviously we know it's the flu season. So we're hoping that we get a better clarity from Department of Health, from the county. And we're pushing from the unions. We did our own survey across Alameda County saying that we should be at least yellow to even consider any kind of consideration for a hybrid or anything like that. So we are seeing that maybe perhaps, like Ms. Haslett mentioned, the consideration for straight out, we won't go back into that kind of in-person learning until for the rest, not until next year, because I think that would help us really have a nice conversation about what's best for student instruction and what's best for students and staff to come back and work fully. So I would just suggest that. Then I will recognize that I know we've been part of the conversation, which I really appreciate us being part of this conversation, but I think I want to set, advise the board of some considerations happening on the vaccines of trying to get a better clarity on what should be the best environment for opening schools in the in-person format. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, President Angeles. All right. All right. Next we have Regina McAvoy. Just a second. Let me just unmute you. All right. All right, Ms. McAvoy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's position, and I realize we're in an extremely difficult time with this virus that is an unprecedented thing that we've never dealt with. And it's just extremely frustrating to watch my children be so unhappy at home and be so disconnected from school. My son is a freshman this year and is doing terribly, to be honest with you. He's not doing well in any way. And that means emotionally and academically. And I don't know what to do about it. And I would do anything to get him back into a classroom. I really would. Him and my fifth grader. I think that them not being in a classroom is a terrible thing. And that I think that requiring a 14-year-old to sit in front of a computer all day long for instruction is pretty unreasonable, and it's not going very well. I'm not pleased with the way things are going, and I don't see a way forward that makes sense. I understand the tier assignment changed, and that pretty much handcuffs the idea of reopening classrooms at this time. However, I really implore you to consider some sort of way to have, I don't know, small groups, something in person, especially for the kids who are struggling, because right now they're struggling by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McAvoy. All right. Okay, we have a Rosella Garcia. All right. All right, the floor is yours. Let's see here. Are you, okay, it looks like you're muted, so please unmute. Okay, go ahead. Okay, we can hear you now, I think.
Oh, I have nothing to say. I accidentally raised my hand. Sorry.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. All right. And it looks like those are all of the speakers. Okay, there being no speakers, this public hearing, oh, hang on. Looks like one just came in there. I was just about ready to close it off. Mr. Stan Kwong. Go ahead and unmute, and the floor is yours.
Hello, board and everybody watching. Thank you very much for the walkthrough, Dr. Thompson. I know that there's no real good solutions here. There's no simple solution. Let me put it that way. I'd love for my kids to be back in school, but I sort of agree with Mr. Gardner about. I really don't think that having a hybrid schedule does a lot. I think it cuts down on the instruction time. I've never really liked that aspect of it, where there's a cohort that's maybe in class and there's a cohort out of class. I just think that it's double the work for the teachers. It's not effective for students. It doesn't get to the level of in class that the lady before was speaking about very eloquently about her son. I think that the hybrid really doesn't work. And so, as a parent, I'd love to have us have a 100% virtual option as, a continued option. I think hybrid has its benefits, no doubt. I think there are other things. I think it was Trustee Chima that mentioned about, having, extracurricular activities like my daughter's in show choir. And I'd love for that to happen, just like we do with the football players and sports players, and have some sort of connection. I would love to have that, but I just see that there's potentially going to be issues with, a teacher. I mean, there was a slide, I think, Dr. Thompson, you presented it, that was, more than 70% of the teachers didn't want to go back to school, and we didn't really address that. And I think that that's a major factor, right? I mean, they're the ones that are putting together the curriculum and being effective with our kids. And I know we've gotten better, so it's not a criticism by any means. It's just, flipping mid-year, I think, has its downsides as well. And if there's a vaccine, as Colleen mentioned before, I don't think it's going to come as quickly as necessarily is being projected, just because we're talking about it in the news and things like that. It happens to be political, but we can only take the step in front of us, and the step in front of us, I think we have to go for safety. And so I'm more of a fan of staying with the virtual model and not necessarily going through the hybrid model the way that we've designed it. We should look at expanded versions of that, though. I agree. I think that there might be possibilities for that. And then I guess the last aspect is I appreciate the choice that you're giving families, where if somebody wants to stay home, you can do that. If somebody wants to be in the hybrid situation, you can do that as well. So that's kind of a long aside too. I'd love to be any part of committee that puts something together for us and is a workable solution. But I know that this is a difficult decision, and thank you for the time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kwong. All right. Going once, going twice. All right. That looks like everybody. So there being no further speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Okay. Moving on to 10.1. Previously, the board requested that the facilities we have an analysis of our facilities and opportunities for generating ongoing revenue. So the district employed the services of 3D Strategies, for whom now will be giving us a report. Let's see here if we have. Let's see here. I will hand off to Ms. Heldman.
Good evening. Thank you, President Nishihara. And good evening, members of the board and those who are tuned in. My name is Annette Heldman. I am the Chief Business Officer for the district. So as mentioned already, previously the board authorized the firm of 3D Strategies to conduct an assessment of our real property and facilities that are either unutilized or underutilized in hopes or with the objective of generating ongoing stream of revenues. So we engaged 3D Strategies to perform that report. In the board agenda, the report is attached. The work identified 9 properties, 9 locations. That includes the current district office. And for board consideration, there are options presented in that report. We do have Mr. Dominic Dutra, who is representing 3D Strategies with us tonight, if there are any questions with regards to the report and the process and the options that were presented as included in that report.
Okay. So with that, I believe we have Mr. Dutra here to answer any questions with regard to the report. As a point of process, I just want to kind of mention that the report provides some options. Obviously, there's no clear recommendations here. These are just some options that we have for the board to consider. There's no action that's taken from the board. This is simply from an informational standpoint to give us some ideas and some things that we might consider doing to get better utilization out of our the assets, the real assets that we have right now. So with that, are there any questions about the report or about the process?
President Ishihara, if I may add to what you just said, this item is for information only, and it's presented and shared with the public. In a later part of the agenda, I just want to share that this report will actually be a tool for another item that the board directed staff to move forward with. So
that's correct. Mm-hmm. All right.
Comments?
Are there any questions? Okay, yes, Member Chima.
So, first of all, thank you, Mr. Dutra, 3D Strategies, to produce this report for us. So for the benefit of the community members who are participating or who are listening outside and have taken a look at this report, sometimes some community members, they have brought to my notice that are we planning to sell these properties, sometimes community members, they might have that kind of thought process in their mind. Just want to share that because we have real property, we are in the process of utilizing those real assets to create or bring some new revenue. That is how this 3D Strategies company was asked to perform this audit, facilities audit. And on top of that, and some of our facilities, they have operational cost, which impacts our general fund. So it's just a preview. As a trustee or board member, this is our duty that public has given their trust to us that we will save our properties or do whatever is the best for the best health of our district. So there is no kind of thought at this time to sell off those properties. We are looking into how to generate more revenue for our district. So that is the intent of this report. Just want to make sure that community members, they know about this.
Okay, thank you, Member Chima.
Thank you.
Member Canlis.
Yeah, I was just going about to share the same thing as Ms. Chima, that we needed to let the public know that these are the things that we are looking at that are not used or underused right now, and no decisions have been made. It's for people to see what they are. My question is, was the public able to see the attachment and the report ahead of time? Because I know I did, but did the public see the report as well?
the attachment in the board agenda is the information shared with the public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Any further questions? All right, great. If there are no further questions, then we can move on. We will be, as a point that Chief Business Officer Heldman said, there is a process, and today we have an action to take the next step in the process, which is which will be to put together a committee and define the scope of that committee's work. So that's what we'll be proceeding with very shortly. So with that, we're going to be moving on to 10.2. Thank you, Mr. Dutra, for joining us. Okay, 10.2. Does any board member? I'm assuming that we'll start with the student board members. Student board members, let's see here. Why don't we start off with Ms. Trejo?
Oh. So like any comments at all for this? Like,
Yeah, if you have any comments, an update of the board of what's going on with your school site, that type of thing.
I was gonna say, because since like I go to Conley Carabeo High School, it's like much smaller groups. Would we be going back in like even more smaller groups, maybe reopening like in 2021? And I was also going to ask about how if and when the vaccine comes out, I know that some parents will not allow their children to take it. And would they be able to go back to school without taking the vaccine at all and being around other students? So that was one of the questions.
Okay. I think we can, I don't know, Superintendent Thompson, if you want to maybe take that offline or if you want to address that here.
Yeah, we have the same questions. So as far as the vaccine goes. And as far as Connolly Carabello goes, you know, I know that Principal Lark is working on what that looks like up there for him. We definitely have more flexibility there because the school is smaller. But as far as the vaccine goes, nobody knows the answers to any of those questions yet. We're waiting. We'll see.
All right. Thank you for that question, Ms. Trejo. Do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
No comments.
Okay. Thank you. Student member Velasco.
Okay, I'll try to make this quick. So I mentioned Cult Buddy before. So it's starting to kick off. The apps were due and they are already processed. So we're doing training sessions, and now ASB collectively is planning out materials and activities for all the elementary kids. And hopefully the flyers for the elementary families will be sent out soon. And, you know, just working out the kinks. Another thing that we're doing is called hardiness culture. There's a lot of concern about mental health among our students, and this is kind of a way that we're trying to help. It is a branch of Cult Health that the previous ASB president launched. So it'll be focusing on mental health. We already did our first posts on Instagram introducing ourselves, and our first topic is going to be surrounding stress, specifically in a virtual environment. So that's pretty fun. And some miscellaneous like activities and leadership. We did a movie night. There's staff's giving this week. We're doing class shirts, photo contests, and like even art contests. And there was a rally video released today. For me personally, as ASB board rep, I had my first student advisory board meeting like a few weeks ago. So that was pretty fun. One of the main topics was discussion of potential asynchronous Monday. So one of our students in leadership has been trying to push for it. If someone here could help me, he wants to do a presentation at a board meeting. So if someone can please contact me about that, and I will link him to you so he can present at December's hopefully board meeting. And that's about it. So hope everyone is safe and healthy.
Okay, thank you. All right, does anybody else have anything they'd like to report out for items from the board? All right. Oh, sorry, Dr. Tom, I'm just actually waiting before, okay. All right, actually, it looks like Member Core has her hand up.
If you want to go first, that's fine too, Dr. Thompson.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, well, I wanted to actually circle back to something that you had brought up and we really loved, at least I really loved, and that was celebrating our schools and celebrating our student achievements and the successes. Now, I know we had a lot going on, and obviously we haven't had a meeting where we could do that, but I wanted to bring another achievement along with what our student board member had mentioned, the great stuff that the students are leading, right, are taking charge on. Two of our students, Reina Aurora and Rachel Zamora, have created a free website, which is a site full of STEM resources, guidelines on how to get into STEM, tutorials for students. And these are the students that have done tremendous work already in the STEM field for our students in the past. We're talking about the robotics club coaching at the Guy Emmanuel Elementary School. These are the students that have participated in national level programming competitions. And both of these students actually were student presenters and leaders when we did the STEM Discovery program or STEM Discovery Day last year. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, and I think it's important that we celebrate that and possibly even share that to our wider community. I know they have been, both Reina Aurora and Rachel Zamora, they both have so it's a website and a YouTube channel. And they're having their Zoom webinar, which is geared towards the K-5 students and their parents on how they can get more out of their website. So I think it's important that we can either share that. In the past, we were able to pass this on to Lori, and she included that in the newsletter. So if we can do the same, I'd be happy to send you the flyer and more information. But I'm also wondering if there should be a channel that our students who are doing these kind of projects and taking initiatives to channel through our ASB, having them go through our student board members, and then they can lead them on how to better get that information out to a wider community as well. So I think having that channel or that guideline or that set step for them to follow would be really beneficial. So I just wanted to give them a shout out and also to share that information with our wider community. So the webinar is on Saturday, November 21st at 10 a.m. And they can probably, if you can just Google STEM scholars and maybe the student's name, Reina Aurora and Rachel Zamora, you might be able to come up with something until we forward this in a newsletter. And lastly, I just wanted to share my thoughts, my comments, since this is my official last board meeting. I just wanted to thank a lot of you for making this a very successful year or successful term. It's been a tremendous last 4 years. It's been an honor, a great honor to serve alongside of you as a school board member. It's been an experience of a lifetime, and it's something that I'm very grateful for and I will never forget. We as a board have achieved quite a lot, have had our ups and downs, but I think at the end of the day, we came up as a stronger team and a better school district that we have in the past. So I just wanted to thank each of you from the bottom of my heart for all for the experiences, for the great work that we have done in the past. And I also wanted to congratulate the new board members that are going to be coming on board, Melissa and Michael. And if I can give them one advice, I would just say buckle up. It's going to be, a lot. Gosh, I don't remember a week where we weren't doing anything. It was constantly go, go, go. I felt like we went from, the days where we had 2 superintendents when we were first, 4 years ago. So 2 co-superintendents or co-superintendents to 2 superintendent searches. And I would say that one of our greatest achievements as a board was to hire you, Dr. Thompson. I think it's been, our district has seen great days, but I think you have what it takes to lead our district forward. And I'm looking forward to a lot of the great work that you're going to continue to do. And I have high expectations of you. And I think I've expressed that in my evaluations as well. So I look forward to seeing what you're going to unveil in the coming years, and this board as a new collaborative board to come on and work with you. So thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, Member Canlis, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just want to thank Member Kaur for being a part of this team. And I really appreciate the fact that she did ask a lot of questions and kept us on our toes about many issues. And I really like that because it's very important that board members are aware of what's going on and are asking questions when they don't know the answer to their questions and not assume anything. But most importantly, I really appreciate your being student-centered because that is what this is all about. It's all about our students. So thank you, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Linda Singh.
Member Wong.
Oh, yes. And actually, this is not my last meetings. I have one more meetings. And I have a one and delegate assembly meetings and in early December. And probably that's the last time I mean, the school board meetings in here. And I just want to say, and I have a very good experience for the last 4 years. It's very glad to working with the team and also working with the superintendent and other the members and support them as so much. And thank you. And just so you know, I still have one announcement is during the COVID-19 and I coordinated with some Asian students and to support because lots of students and lost learning lost, and so we provide the free tutoring and which is the work with the family center, and going to finish in early December for this semester, and I just want you guys to know, and we'll continue for January. So, and I want everybody, and maybe also the superintendent, and talk to the other principals and pass these messages. And we need to prepare more. And we also want feedback and what's good, what's not good. And we try to provide many students. And so far the team, we almost have 25 students. And I'm still trying to encourage more people to help the community. Yeah. That's it so much. And I just said at present, and I mean, the congratulations and for your elections. And I also want to congratulate the two new members and Melissa and Michaels. And yes, and okay. And I want to continue to, you guys are working with the communities and yeah, I mean, the teachers, students, and the whole community still need you guys. And we want to build the strongest school board and the school district. Thank you.
All right. All right. I suppose I'll
comment.
Oh, go ahead, Member Chima.
Yeah, I was not planning on, but since Sharon has brought it up that this kind of is her last meeting. So I would also like to say thank you for your service, Sharon and Jeff Wang, both. We will miss you, but at the same time, you know, change is part of this life. We value your input and services on the board. Thank you for working hard and participating in a lot of the activities. So I will leave the rest for the next board meeting. And also would like to comment on one of the things, one of the points at one of the community member, Stan Kwong has mentioned about the that they feel that teachers' opinion or how teachers they will participate in the opening plans, that voice has been missed. But I just want to let you, Stan Kwong, and the other community members know that we have discussed that how it will impact all the teachers. They have said in the survey, it's clearly 75% of the teachers, they would like to teach virtually. But even if we go for the in-person, for example, there is a magic wand that vaccine comes out, and it will still take some time. But if we open the schools, for example, Dr. Thompson have shared the information with the board that in Napa, they try to do that, but there were like 25% of the teachers, because of their medical issues or concerns, or the medical issues or concerns of their families, they will still participate remotely or teaching virtually. So that scenario is always hanging on us and all the school districts regardless. So how do we accommodate? That's the challenge and complex part. So there were scenarios they have discussed that there could be the classrooms and the students will be present, but teacher will not be present there. Imagine that. Teacher will be teaching from the home. So we are looking into all of those things comprehensively. So please stay with us, keep giving us the feedback, keep joining to all these conversations, and we will find a good solution. And we will be one of the first ones, I'm sure. The way our team, Dr. John Thompson, he's working, we will be one of the, leading the pack, so to speak. Thank you so much for all the community members who have participated in the surveys, and also the students who have given us the feedback. So together we can accomplish what we need to accomplish. Thank you so much. These are my comments.
Thank you, Member Chima. Member Callis, is your hand still up?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, go.
I also want to add and thank Member Wang for his time with us as part of the collaborative team. I really thank you for being such an advocate for the English language learners and the immersion program. I remember in the beginning, you kept on bugging me about that and where we're headed. And I'm so glad that you kept at it. And this is where we are right now. We've done a lot in making sure that we are addressing our English language learners. And at some point, you also talked a lot about the math support for our students. And as I look at all the SIPs from all our schools, math still continue to be one of the subjects that we need to address. And I know that is something you're going to continue to participate in your tutoring. And I will see you at a delegate meeting at CSBA. Thank you so much for your contribution. Really appreciate it.
Okay. Member Wong, is your hand still up? Okay, you're muted.
Yes, yeah. Okay, and I mean the member, the Kenneth, and just so you know, and not just math, we have an English and math at this time, and the majority of the math we also have English, and those students, the most the boarding here, the Asian students, boarding Americans, and they like to help the Latino communities, and since there's lots of immigrant, the first generations, yeah.
Okay.
I will see you in the assembly meetings. Yeah.
All right. I'll take this time to go now. So I wanted to thank Member Wong for your service. You've always shown an enthusiasm for learning. You've always had a great attitude, and I love the persistence and the fact that you're definitely a voice for students. So thank you so much for your service. Member Kaur, I wanted to thank you for being such a great partner. You've always come to meetings very prepared. You've always asked great, intuitive, and genuine questions, and you've always kind of headed us in a direction using, a really principled decision-making process. I didn't know you. I didn't know you 4 years ago. I had no idea who you were when we joined the board together. And I'd like to say that, between you and Member Wong, I'd like to say that I now have new friends, and I really do appreciate everything that you've done. And thank you for your service. On a less happy note, I would like to recognize somebody who recently passed away, who was a great kind of advocate for our kids. Her name is Emma Blanco. She recently passed away. She was on the New Haven Schools Foundation, and she recently passed away. She leaves behind a husband and 2 kids. The school board, I'm sorry, the Schools Foundation will be creating a scholarship in her name, and also my understanding is that the Relay for Life, which she was a part of, the scholarship for Relay for Life will be named in her honor as well moving forward. And with that, she always had a great enthusiasm, a great attitude. She was our director of communications and marketing, and she will be sorely missed. And I just wanted to tell her and her family how much we appreciated her, both from the board as well as from the foundation board. So with that, I would love to have a 30-second moment of silence for Emma Blanco. Okay. Thank you for indulging me. Superintendent Thompson, you have some items to share.
Do have a few. First, President Angeles asked me, he forgot to comment in his comments that he's interested in pursuing, we have a Native American in Heritage Month resolution coming up, and interested in exploring the possibility of making that one of our holidays, possibly the day that we take in October. So I told him I would mention that, and I can work with him on what that could look like moving forward. A few highlights of positive things I'd like to mention. Jessica from Logan, our board member, mentioned that they have a Cult Buddies program going on. She didn't do it justice. It's quite a program available to all of our elementary kids, where we have crews of Logan students conducting online after-school activities, book clubs, game clubs, a variety of things that I'm very excited for the work that they've done and put into it, and our elementary principals are excited as well. So congratulations to that. And something, it's not back to school, it's not an in-person extracurricular activity, but at least it's something where our high school kids are really trying to give back and provide something for our elementary kids. So I'm excited about that. We had the Logan virtual open house at the end of October, and almost immediately had 14 new registrants in the district. I don't know if we've had more since then, and the majority of them were from private schools. So again, one of our goals with that was to try to capture students going to schools in our community that we'd like to bring back into our schools. So that was really positive. Fremont Bank, in case you catch it on social media, donated $30,000 to us, which was fantastic. It's going to go directly into purchasing math manipulatives for our students at home to help them with distance learning. So I want to give them a big shout out and a thank you for that. That was great. Like to welcome Isabel to the board. Welcome. I didn't get a chance to brief you ahead of time either. So we'll touch base and coming up so I can get to know you a little better. And let's see, I mentioned that. And lastly, I would like to thank trustees Kaur and Wong for first of all, for being part of the group that hired me. Secondly, I've really enjoyed my time working with you both. I found you both to be really thoughtful, kids first board members, and that's the best thing. And board members focus on kids issues and kids first, and I think we've got a board that does that, and you two definitely modeled that for me, and that was great. And Trustee Kaur, thank you for the kind words, and now I'm sweating. I'm feeling the pressure, so thank you. I appreciate that. And anyway, don't be strangers, but both of you. I've enjoyed working with you both. And that is it.
All right. Whew. Okay. Moving on to 11.1, we've got a report out for the Budget and Finance Committee.
Ms. Ms. Chima, would you like to?
Sure. So I was looking at my notes. We did work on the current cycle of the budget preview, and then we were very contented, happy to know that because of the federal one-time money, instruction loss mitigation money, 8.1 million, we are in a good shape. So before, when the COVID thing started, it was roller coaster. There was bad news, and the funding will be cut. So all those things they have been taken care, and because of this new COVID related funds, we have freed up some of our general fund monies. So and one good thing, last year we kind of bucked the trend going declining enrollment. So we thought because of the pandemic and there were other situations, we might not continue that. But we have continued that trend for the slower decline in enrollment. So it's a positive trend. So we have kept up. So we have, we still lost, it's still a declining enrollment, but we have declined 46 less students. So which is a good trend. Hopefully in the future, we will be moving in that direction, and we will come on to the, kind of stable, and after that in the positive increasing enrollment. So that is my report. If you remember anything else we discussed, member Canvas, please share.
All right. So at the meeting, we covered two topics. One was the preliminary impressions of the first interim financials. And then we also looked at the 8.1 million one-time federal funds for the learning loss mitigation, as Ms. Chimas mentioned. And she did give the good news that the projected students who were going not to be attending was 280, but only 234 dropped. So that gave us about 46 students who did not drop and came to our schools. So that was good news for us. And she also mentioned that because of the learning mitigation loss funds, we were able to gain some. We were able to gain about or designate about 6.9 funds to the amount that we have right now, which is 5.5 required to be spent and incurred by December 30th. So it's bad news, but it's not as bad as we thought it would be because of those 46 students. And I think for now, that's all we have. Is that about what we have, Ms. Chima?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Heldman, did you want to add anything to that?
I think you both covered the highlights of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to 11.2, report out from Communication Advocacy. I'll give an update. So we met on October 22nd, Thursday. We covered a few things. We talked about the bond communication firm, which will be coming up in today's action items today. I think it's 11 point. Well, it's on the list. We'll talk about it a little bit more if you guys want. The idea here is to kind of communicate, what we've been doing with our bond money, how that's actually moving our district and our facilities forward. They focus on a lot of aspects, but their deliverables are really kind of video production, story writing, newsletters. They're going to give us a relatively big package in terms of how best to communicate and market our district. The next thing is we talked about in terms of advocacy. We talked about a direct mailer that recently went out for the James Logan Virtual Open House. which I believe we seem to be pretty successful from the measures that I've seen. We also talked about the website survey results, and we talked about the aspects that were really interesting about that. One of the big takeaways is that email is still a very, very strong channel that our parents get their information from. We talked a little bit about the digital services reorganization, and then let's see here. We talked about the 2021 goals and timelines associated with that. We also set our next meeting for December 10th at 4:30. Dr. Thompson, anything I missed?
No, I think you covered it. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, moving on to 11.3, other committee readouts. Do we have any readouts? Looks like we have a hand up for member Canlis.
I'm sorry, that's an old one, but since you mentioned there is a meeting for the ethnic studies at the state level tomorrow at around 12:25. So if anyone wants to advocate for ethnic study, you could contact API or contact me and I will send you the information. And you could speak and be on the other side of the mic. Thank you.
Okay, any other committee report outs for 11.3? All right, seeing no hands, I will actually go. The New Haven Schools Foundation had their meeting. The big topic right now really is that there's been a really big drop in revenue for this year. For those of you who don't know, the New Haven Schools Foundation is responsible for two very big signature programs that serve our students. The first is our classroom grants, which the process is that once a year, teachers are able to put in grant requests, and the foundation board will look over the applications and will distribute money. So that's one way that the foundation contributes. The other way is through our scholarship program, which is Pathways to Success. Both of those are funded through direct community support. And the way that the foundation raises money for that are through a lot of signature events like the gala, as one example, that is actually not going to happen this year. And so the foundation is in a position where it actually does need additional direct general fund support. And so this is my call to anybody who is able to donate directly to the fund. Please go to the NHSF. The website is nhsfoundation.org, and look for a way to donate to the general fund. That is actually going to help us. That's going to help us kind of close the gap, because we're operating at a loss this year. This last meeting was our budget. Was our budget approval meeting, and we're operating negative because of the drop in revenue. So we do need as much public support as you can. That is that. The other thing is that to help close the gap, the foundation board members, myself as part of that, are doing a Seize Candy fundraiser. So if anybody wants any boxes of candy, please find any foundation board members, and they'll be able to supply you with all of the holiday candy you could possibly eat. So so that was my readout for the other committee report out. All right, I don't see any additional hands up, so we'll move on to the action items. The first action item is 12.1, which will be the resolution 012-2021, the Native American Heritage Month. Do I have a volunteer to read that? Okay, Member Chima.
Can you bring it here up on the screen
Oh, sure.
so that I don't have to look around to my computer?
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Was not prepared to do that. Give me just a second.
How about our students? We should give them a chance if they want to before I go for it. Or they want to see it this time from the board member and next time around they can read it.
Okay, let's see here. I believe it's this one. Yeah. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Member Chima.
Okay. New Haven Unified School District, resolution number 012-2021, Native American Heritage Month, November 2020. Whereas Native Americans are descendants of the original indigenous inhabitants of what is now the United States, and whereas the Native Americans were the first stewards of our environment, contributed to the unique identity of California, represented the early voices for the values that define our nation, and whereas prior to European colonization of the Americas, the indigenous people of California thrived with a vibrant culture of society, and whereas Native Americans were the first human inhabitants of the land that is now Alameda County, and their culture is richly interwoven with Alameda County's diverse social fabric, and whereas the Mi'kmaq, please correct me, Ohlone people inhabited the lands from the San Francisco Bay to the Lower Salinas Valley, and whereas Native Americans continue to contribute immeasurably to our history, diversity, economy, and culture by distinguishing themselves as academics, entrepreneurs, and leaders. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the New Haven Unified School District Board of Education recognizes and celebrates November 2020 as Native American Heritage Month and encourages our communities to participate in appropriate observances with activities that celebrate and commemorate Native Americans as a symbol of hope and courage to all citizens. And be it further resolved that the New Haven Unified School District will work to support academic growth and cultural pride of Native American students in our district and county, passed and adopted this 17th day of November 2020 by the board members.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. All right. Okay, give me just a second. Gotta get caught up. All right, may I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 012-2021, Native American Heritage Month?
I move.
So move. Second.
Okay, so Member Chima and then Member Canlis. Discussion?
Thank
All
you,
right.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson, for bringing this resolution up in November. Thank you. Thank you for remembering.
Okay. All right, roll call, please.
Trejo.
Oh, I hear. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep.
All right, I'm so sorry.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Okay, moving on to 12.2. May I have Member Core please read resolution 013-2021?
Sure. Resolution number 013-2021 in honor and recognition of November 2020 as Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month. Whereas Sikhism is a monotheistic faith founded by Guru Nanak in the historic Punjab region of modern-day India and Pakistan over 5 centuries ago. And whereas Sikhism is the largest fifth largest religion in the world, and today there are more than 25 million Sikhs around worldwide, with an estimated 700,000 Sikhs living in the United States. And whereas Sikhs first entered California in 1899 through the Angel Island Immigration Station in San Francisco, California, and whereas Sikh pioneers initially worked on railroad projects and in lumber mills, and in 1910 turned to farming in the Sacramento, San Joaquin, and Imperial Valleys, whereas Sikhs and Sikh Americans now have excelled as doctors, attorneys, engineers, scientists, judges, politicians, artists, teachers, and small business owners in security and in transportation services, and in other notable capacities. Whereas Sikh Americans have served in the United States military during both world wars and throughout all subsequent wars until the present day. And whereas Sikhs and Sikh Americans make up considerable size in population and have made important contributions to the social, economic, political, and cultural fabric of New Haven Unified School District, Union City, California, and the US. Whereas on October 14th, 1912, the first Sikh house of worship, Gurudwara, in the United States was founded in Stockton, which has been designated as California Historical Landmark. And whereas the faithful services of the Sikhs and Sikh American community to this district, city, state, and county merits appreciation as an integral thread in the fabric of American plurality, be it resolved today, the New Haven Unified School District seeks to recognize the diversity of its community and affords all members the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history and shared experiences of Sikhs and Sikh Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the New Haven Unified School District recognizes November 2020 as a Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month, passed and adopted on 17th day of November 2020 by the following votes.
Thank you, Member Kaur. May I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 013-2021, Sikh American Awareness Month?
Move.
Second.
So Member Wong and then Member Kaur. Discussion?
Comments.
Member Chima.
Thank you, staff, Dr. Thompson, for bringing this resolution. Before the pandemic, communities used to come in large numbers to celebrate this resolution in the board chambers. But because of the pandemic, we are here just us celebrating it. One thing I want to share that being a Sikh myself, after 9/11, I became active in the community to educate the Union City community, that I started participating in the interfaith meetings and I started having the turban on my head before, because for women, it was not required. Turban is not required. I never had that. So that was a change. It was my calling, so to speak, to speak to the hatred, so to speak, or there was some kind of, strangeness felt towards the Sikh Americans. But Union City community has been so generous, so accommodating. I just cannot thank them enough. They have given us so much love and respect and adopted us. So I'm just thankful for all the systems here in the community. They have supported us. So we have, as a community, Sikh community, we have a lot to contribute to the communities around us. And we're always, as a community, we are active to do whatever we can do to contribute to the society in general around us. So this is just, and we were in the conversation, like Linda Candace has mentioned, we are in the process of getting Sikh Americans into the ethnic studies program and adopting the new curriculum. So hopefully we will become successful. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Member Chima. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Trejo. said aye? Okay. Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.3. Let's see here. Hang on, my computer is slow in loading. Give me a second. Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve the contract with Curative Labs for employee testing COVID-19?
I move.
Member Wong, and the second was
Second.
Member Canlis. Okay, thank you. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Trejo,
Aye.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.4. May I have a motion and a, hang on a second. Point of order on this. Let's see here.
I can weigh in if you'd like, President.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think we need 2 board members to be part of the facilities master plan committee, and so I think it would be. I think in this case, following the protocol of NUM, it would be hard to. Now that I think about it, and I'll take responsibility for this, probably should have put it as an information item first and then as an action item second. It's going to be hard to make a motion to discuss it without knowing who the motion, who would be recommended. So the short of it is we have facility master planning committee meetings happening soon. So I would recommend that in terms of sequence, probably this time having a general discussion before the motion may be appropriate. I don't know how else to go about doing it. Like I said, if I was going to re-agendize it, I'd put it up there.
Can I comment, please?
Yes.
Okay, Member Chima, go ahead.
Yeah, since 2 board members, they will be joining us in the next board meeting. So it does not make sense that if we appoint the board members right now. So we need to give the opportunity to the new board members. Composition will change. So I think we can change it either to the information item and then bring it to the next board meeting as an action item. I mean, are we losing any kind of deadlines or something? I know you have already given us the meetings scheduled, but I think it will be more fair to the new board members and come when they join us, and then we discuss this.
Well, remember that there will be, for all the board committees coming up, that's part of the process, is determining who's going to be there. We have our first meetings on November 19th. So we need 2 members there. So there is some urgency around having board members that would at least start the process. We weren't quite sure at the last board meeting. I mean, there was the potential that we would have 4 new board members, and that would have been difficult to have 2 continue forward. So what was that?
All right, so
well, if we could have had, if you were mayor, Trustee Chima, that would have been a So we weren't quite sure how to do that. It should have made it an information item. What we really need is a couple board members that to tide us through until we do the board reorganization and we select new committee members.
I'll volunteer. If somebody wants it later on, I'll be more than happy to step back. But for now, just so we could get started, I will volunteer.
Okay, that's great. I mean, it's agendized. We can take action on it right now. So are there any other board members who are interested in serving on the facilities master plan committee until we have a chance to loop in any potential new board members?
Yeah, sure. I can be the second one then.
Okay, great. Then I'll entertain a motion and a second to appoint Member Canlis and Member Chima to the facilities master plan committee.
So moved.
I'm second.
Okay, so member Core and then Member Wong. Discussion.
Just want to say thank you. Sorry, I should have put this as an information item. My fault for the confusion.
No worries. All right, roll call, please.
Trejo,
Aye, sorry, I was muted.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. All right, moving on to 12.5. May I have a motion and a second to approve the proposal from Sounding Board Marketing and Communications for Measure M Investing in Excellence projects?
So moved.
I'm second.
Member Canlis and then Member Huang. Discussion?
Comment.
Okay, Member Chima.
So it says the, sorry, I lost the, it is 12.5. Yo. So investing in, if you say just the excellence project, I think if you say excellence in education, that makes more sense. But it's okay to keep it as it is, but in the future, if you can improve upon that. And other thing is that usually, Dr. Thompson, you do a great job of talking to the board members ahead of the meeting and giving us heads up, but I missed this one. So I noticed this one. Just remember it next time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Trejo,
Aye.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.6. May I have a motion and a second to admit student number 1?
I move.
So moved.
Okay, so I'll take that as Member Wong with the movement and Member Canlis as the second. Okay, discussion? Roll call, please.
On this one, would you like, I'm not doing Trejo for this one, correct?
Correct.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. 12.7, may I have a motion and a second to deny readmission to student 1?
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Member Canlis and Member Core. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.8. May I have a motion and a second to approve the AB 908 waiver?
So moved.
Second.
Member Canlis, Member Chima. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Trejo,
Aye.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. All right. Moving on to 12.9, may I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 011-2021, approval of membership to the District Measure M Citizens Bond Oversight Committee?
So moved.
Second.
Member Canlis, Member Chima, discussion.
Comments?
All right, Member Chima.
Anat, I should have asked you earlier, but I think my understanding was that you need this type of member to include in the 7-Eleven committee, in the current 7-Eleven committee. So the way it's proposed in these two different action items, so it seems like he is part of the previous 7-Eleven and not of the new 7-Eleven committee. Is that true?
We are referring to 12.9, right? The board member that represents the bona fide tax organization. This is specific to our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. This individual did not submit an application for the 7-Eleven committee this time around. I do not know if this individual was in the 7-Eleven committee the first time around when we went to look at the similar process. But this particular area of representation is not required in the 7-Eleven committee. It's required in the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
Oh, I see. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
That's
Okay.
it.
Any further discussion? All right. Roll call, please.
Sorry, I have a question. How many members in this committee so far?
In the, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first one, but if the question is how many members we have so far in the Measure M Bond Oversight Committee, with this individual in 12.9, that would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would give us 9. Now we only need 7, but we also need to fulfill certain areas of representation, and therefore we accepted all 9, including this one in 12.9 item.
Okay.
But those are terming out, right?
No,
Other
ma'am.
members.
Those are
Other
the-
members are terming out.
That the 9 that I provided does not include the members that are terming out. So
Yeah. I mean, there are two different things, right?
we have a-
7-Eleven committee, they're all brand new 9 members.
So for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, we have 9 new members. There are members that will be terming out in September of next year. So the great news is we have a very good succession plan for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
Okay, so these are two different, 7-Eleven and Bond Oversight Committee.
Yes.
And their members are different too in both committees.
Correct. These are 2 different committees, 2 different.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further hands, assume there's no further discussion. Roll call, please.
Trejo,
Aye.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.10. May I have a motion and a second to approve the K-12 school plans for student achievement 2020-2021 as presented this evening?
So moved.
Second.
Member Canlis, Member Wong, discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I wanted to thank everyone for their work on these. This takes a lot of time looking at data and analyzing them and then putting it together. So I really appreciate the time they put in doing this. And it's also, even though we don't have new test data for the last year and we're using the older one, it's still pretty much similar in seeing where our students are and where the work ought to be. And I also noticed that even though it showed that the chronic absenteeism is red, it's not really red in a way that we do have that problem. It's that year when we kept the record, we had the strike at the time. So it showed that we had red on chronic absenteeism. I just want to make sure the public doesn't think that we do have that problem, because we don't. Thank you.
So comment?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Since Trustee Canlis has mentioned about that red in the ADA number, so is there any way that we can have a comment there, because of the strike or unforeseen situations, this data is showing red? Is there any way to have that comment there?
Some of the principals, some of the schools did write that there, and they did say that the reason that it's red, it's because of the strike. But I noticed one said that they continue to have that problem, but I don't think that is the reason for the red. I think they missed that data part. It is because of the strike.
Okay, thank you.
I think we just
Thank you.
need to be more careful about what we put into those things because these go to the state and the
Right,
public
right.
sees this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I mentioned that we need to have that
Yeah.
kind of comment so that, when the realtors, they pull that data from the state's dashboard, so then
Yeah.
they just take a look into those things.
Yeah, most of the
Yeah.
schools indicated it in the SIPSAs, but there were a few that did not at all.
Now we need to, if it's possible, still, if it's not too late before they upload this data to the state dashboard, so if they can be added, that comment can be added, that'd be beneficial. So because we always are looking for some opportunities to market the good things we are doing in our district, so it'd be one of those opportunities to capture. Thank you.
I agree. Maybe Scott, you could ask them to just take a look and make sure that they did write that in there because some of them did not even write it at all. And it said that they have the problems and because they're just looking at the data, they've forgotten that year we had a strike. So, but I do want to say the school in public right now, but I think they could look at them themselves.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. I did want to just kind of mention a couple things. Number one, I just want to thank the staff. This is an incredible amount of work. Having worked on school site council for years, I realize that this is the culmination of the work that the school site councils do. One of the things that I think sometimes gets lost is that really this is an opportunity for the local sites to indicate to the school district what they actually need. And I'd encourage any member of our parent community or of our staff that if you have a need, the best thing that you can possibly do is to poke into an SSC meeting or to tap the shoulder of your teacher representative on school site council and say, hey, there's this program that I really want for my kids. Can you make sure that gets represented in the site plan? That's a great process that I think can definitely be sharpened up. I think that the more that we have that input, the more we can put into the school site plans, the more we can give really targeted support for our local sites. And also I'd like to thank the staff for really double checking on the process and making sure that the composition of all of the school site councils were duly elected and that we're following the process. So it's incredibly important, and I really appreciate the due diligence in doing that. Those are all my comments that I had. Seeing no further discussion, I'll entertain a roll call, please.
Trejo.
Aye.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.11. May I have a motion and a second to approve the MOU between Guy Emanuel Elementary School and Innovations for Learning for school years 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Member Canlis and then Member Chima. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Trejo.
Aye.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.12. May I have a motion and a second to approve the MOU between Hillview Crest Elementary School and Innovations for Learning 2021.
So moved. Second.
Second.
I believe that was Member Canlis and then Member Wong. Okay. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Trejo.
Aye.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. All right, moving on to 12.13. May I have a motion and a second to approve the MOU between Searles Elementary School and Innovations for Learning school year 2021?
So moved.
Second.
So Member Canlis and then Member Wong. Discussion?
None.
Roll call, please.
Trejo.
Aye.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. All right. We're on 12.14. All right. May I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 014-2021, award bid for approval of contract for the Cesar Chavez Middle School class innovation classroom project?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so member Canlis and then member Chima.
Yes.
Okay, discussion.
None.
Roll call, please.
Grayhill,
Aye.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.15. All right, this is going to be an item. It's going to require two parts. The first part is we are going to agree on the scope of work for the 7-Eleven committee. And so actually, before I do that, would staff like to kind of outline the 7-Eleven committee, what it's about, and then I will facilitate a discussion to identify the scope of the work and then to appoint the committee. Does staff want to give some background on that?
Sure will. Good evening once again. So previously, the board directed staff to create an advisory committee, commonly known as 7-Eleven committee. This is in conjunction with an earlier item, which is the information item on the comprehensive facility analysis that was conducted recently, which is going to be serving as one of the tools for this committee's work or scope. So we, based on direction from the board, staff opened up an invitation or an application process to invite those who are interested in serving in the committee, and also making sure that the areas of representation required according to the education code are fulfilled in terms of the makeup of that committee. So before you is a list of the folks who submitted an application and who were accepted, and collectively this group represents the required areas according to the Ed Code as far as an advisory 7-Eleven committee is concerned. President Nishihara also mentioned that part of this item will also be confirming the scope. In other words, what is the board going to be charging this committee in terms of the extent of the scope of work and the expectations from that committee. I also would like to add that meetings will be scheduled, and this committee will be convening to go over the task and the scope that will be confirmed tonight. If there's anything else that I could answer, I'm here.
Yes, Ms. Helma, can you talk about what the committee does?
Yes, so the task of the committee, the code requires this committee to review the information provided to them with regards to the facilities that in this case we have a tool, which is the facility analysis. The code requires the committee to determine future use of that facility and the manner by which it will be disposed. So those two will have to go hand in hand. In other words, we're looking at these, the report has nine properties that were identified. The charge of this committee is look at those, use the tools provided to them, including, as you all recall, in the spring, we completed we updated our enrollment projections. That's one of the tools that would be used in terms of doing the work of this committee. And therefore the twofold of the task of the committee is determining these facilities that are on that list are going to be used for future school purposes or otherwise. And if yes or no, what is the manner by which the board wants to direct or wants to accept the recommendation of the committee in terms of disposing it. And by that, it means keep it as a property owned by the district, but lease it or sell it to what entity or build up on it, or, you know, all of those things are the options or the charge of the committee, the work of that committee.
But just to be clear, this committee has no authority to make any decisions. All they do is look at the property and make recommendations based on the limited scope of what they do, and the board can choose to do whatever they want with it. But so just, I don't want to get the community to get the idea that this committee is going to come up and start recommending that we sell half of these properties and lease half of these properties. It's not it's just they're going to give you an analysis and a review of what could be used for that based on current use and potential future use. And then it's up to the board to make, to decide how to go from there. I just want to reiterate that they don't have any authority to sell anything or lease anything. That's not the purpose.
It's an advisory committee, correct. I also would like to add, just in case, I do know that Mr. Dutra is still with us if there are any questions specific to that, specific to the properties.
Okay.
Question?
So okay, Member Chima.
So thank you for sharing all that information. If you can also share the need which has triggered to create that committee, if you can share that need as well.
Well, the very first step before we can even do anything based on the advice or the findings of this committee is to actually conduct the advisory board, which is the 7-Eleven committee. So this is one of the very preliminary steps in efforts, or if the purpose or objective is to look at our unused or underutilized facilities and find ways to enhance our revenue streams. We won't be able to take the next step without having to convene a 7-Eleven committee first. And this item, as I want to say again, does not make any determination to sell or anything like that. This is convening a committee that will do the work in terms of identifying and determining, and as an advisory body of committee that will be presenting its findings and report to the Board of Education, which ultimately is the decision maker, whatever those findings would be.
All right, Member Canlis, you have a question.
Yeah, so our objective for this item tonight is first, we need to decide to approve the committee. And then second, to decide the scope, right?
Correct.
Okay, so before we do that, however, can I ask Ms. Heldman to share with us so that it's clear to everyone the advantage of A, B, and C over each other?
Well, in terms of the scope, there are 3 options for the board's consideration. Option A, as it has been discussed, we have that piece of land by Conley, and therefore it's very limited to just that.
Right.
Option B includes the industrial building that we currently use as a central kitchen, and it's no secret to anyone in terms of the strategic goals when we rolled them out last year. One of those things is to enhance our revenues and use more efficiently our assets and facilities. And therefore, we have been working with staff to identify a space to move the current central kitchen operations so that then we can lease that building for ongoing revenues that could help the general fund. Third option is a full list of properties that were identified on the report. My professional and personal opinion would be that option C would provide clarity and answers to our community. Not only the fact that you have on the list, you have 9 very willing, committed people who want to help us in this process. And that is a lot to ask for from community members to go through a process. It would be advisable to then look at these full report. And like I said, this would provide clarity if there are any questions with regards to these different properties that were identified.
Thank you so much for explaining that.
Okay.
Question,
Any further
comment?
comments? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So as I have a question before, I don't know how many members they're still participating in the board meeting right now, community members, I mean.
28.
So the need, I just want to, for the record's sake, I just want to make sure that we know clearly that the need was triggered because East Bay Regional, I think HARD, they have sent us the proposal to by 2.48, I think 2.48 right
2.48.
acres. That is, yeah, that is a part of the Connie Caraballo High School, and those that land possibly, if we decide to move forward, will become a permanently open space. And our school, is my understanding that our school still will be able to use that for our use as a parkland or open space or
I
as
think
the grounds.
I think making those those statements, I think, are premature, right? Because I don't think that we are really even in the position where we've necessarily engaged with anybody in any real way. This board has not, and so the purpose of this committee is to make sure that we are following the letter of the law, and there is no and has not been any agreement to date on the use of that land. The process that we are in right now is, according to Ed Code, there are very specific rules that we have to engage in to ensure that that we are in compliance of the law and in terms, and so we're doing everything by the book. So I think to say that there's been any declaration that this land will continue to be open space, it's not really for us to say. I think it's really our job is to be completely transparent and accountable to our as fiscal stewards of our public assets. Our job is to ensure that we follow that. If it turns out that we follow the letter of the law and we then hand it off to whoever decides to buy it, that is something that happens way, we're not even at that point right now. So I think that for this agenda item, our scope is to identify the purview and the scope of the committee and to assign that committee. Anything outside of that is probably not in the interest of this board to engage in conversation about.
Okay, I'm not saying that we have done anything. All I'm saying, making it that there is an interest from an entity. That's all.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we are doing whatever. We are doing whatever is required of us. But that I was saying that, what triggered it because somebody is interested in. That's all.
No, I'm simply pointing out the fact that you'd mentioned that there is some expectation that it will remain as open space, and we don't know that, right? And it's not.
No, it's not just because of the way the nature of that entity is, who is interested. It's just my assumption. So let's just put it this way. Thank you for making it more straight.
Okay.
So another comment I would like to make is between the options A, B, and C, I would like to know from the fellow board members what are their thoughts about which option they would like to appoint this committee for, because two of the board members, this is their last board meeting, or next will be the last board meeting. In my opinion, personally, I feel like we need to give the two new incoming board members an opportunity to take a look at this so they can be part of this process. So personally, I will be only interested in the option A at this time. But then the fellow board members, they can express for that reason, because the board composition is going to change. But then other board members, they can express their opinions as well.
Okay, so I'd like to entertain comments from the rest of the board members.
Yeah, Lance, I have my hand up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so going back on track, we need to approve the committee. That's the first thing. So we need to do that. But secondly, for the scope, I would prefer that we give the flexibility of choosing option C because it allows us to be more flexible. The other ones, there's no wiggle room. It's one or the other, and that's it. Now, again, at the end, what Ms. Chima, you're talking about down the line when we have to decide whether we do one thing or the other. The rest of the board members, including the new ones, could be part of that decision making. Right now, we're just talking about approving the 7-Eleven committee and also the possible flexibility of giving them the option C so that they're able to include the other things included in that report. Because the other ones are so narrow, there's no wiggle room. And it does not take the rights of the other new board members from making decision for or against on deciding for the other sites. So they still have say.
Yeah,
I would like to hear from the other board members, yeah.
Yeah, Member Wong, Member Kaur, do you have a point of view on this?
I personally prefer maybe just table this one, and we can inform the comedian. And but regarding the option A, B, C, so we can table this and let the new board to decide. For me, I mean either A or C. Yeah.
Okay. Right now, we actually have the action item. We talked about this at the last meeting, and the idea here, at least from my point of view, Member Callens, do you still have your hand up, or is that?
That's the last one.
All right. My point of view on it is this: there does not appear to be any risk in choosing option C, because ultimately they are. This committee is not a decision-making body. There's no authority here. This board and the reseated board in December will have full authority to take to provide direction on a recommendation. So it's not really something that there doesn't appear to be a lot of risk. The risk with going between option A and option B is if we ever did want to do anything with those other properties that are listed in the report, we would have to do this all over again, and we would have to reauthorize another committee to deal with those other properties. So it becomes kind of administrative and a board and a governance burden, where we actually don't really even need that burden. So this gives staff the flexibility and the authority, or sorry, this gives the committee the authority to talk about everything. It doesn't mean that that's what the decision, it doesn't mean that they're going to be the ones guiding the decision. They're going to be providing recommendations. So for me, I'm personally leaning towards option C because it's the least amount of administrative overhead and governance overhead, and it allows it will make it so that we won't need 2 or 3 meetings to actually create an advisory committee when we could have done it all in one fell swoop. That's why I'm leaning towards it.
And it does not take away the opportunity for the new board members to discuss whatever we plan to do in the future.
Correct.
I think it also gives the 7-Eleven committee good insight into what all our facilities needs are and what we currently have. So it puts them in a better position to make their recommendation or their analysis, in my view. And I think, like it was mentioned before, this committee does not have the authority to, recommend or even take action. So ultimately, it will be the new board that's going to be the deciding factor. So I think to give the committee a full reign into what our facilities look like and what the needs might be overall, maybe not just short term but long term as well, will be better served. The committee will be better served if they have access to the full facility performance, I think.
All right.
Comment?
Okay, go ahead, member Chima.
Just to counter your point, you have mentioned that it's a governance or it's a burden. I don't see it that way. I think it's a very, very, all those decisions, taking care of our properties, it has done before when we sold the Cabello property. I was new to the board and was done. And you were part of the changing the name of the school. It was rush. So I do feel like that is part of our job to give full information to our community. So it might be burdensome. We are bringing it over and over again, so that community, because how many people they participate in our meetings? 3, 4, 5. Maybe we can have a town hall about this. Look at this. Your district is thinking about all these properties. Is anybody concerned about this?
We're not making decisions.
So no, we are not making decision, but I also feel like this is very, very rushing. It gives the perception of that. So at least, if we are the property at hand, give them authority, let them do. And then if we move further, then they can also take a look at the other options if they want to the committee. So it's my personal opinion. And I do feel like that one more thing. I wish we could not have lumped those two things in one agenda item. We could have 2 different actions. One action for just the appointment, and second action for the options. So if we have right now, if I excuse myself or I did not support it, then I don't have any options. So it will be just one move. I do want to go with the 7-Eleven committee, but it does not give me the option to have my say on the different options. Do you have any comment for that?
I don't. I mean, the thing is that the 7-Eleven meetings will also be will be public meetings as well. So there's going to be full disclosure and full transparency into the process. So I mean, it's fine. And you've registered your dissent, which is fine. As a facilitating this discussion, I guess I just want to make sure that there are no further questions. Not necessarily that you agree with it, but if there are any questions that will help you inform your decision. Member Canlis, I see that your hand's up.
Yeah, that's before you said that. But again, I just want to repeat that the only thing we're doing tonight is deciding on the committee and choosing on the option. We are not making any decisions regarding the property. We are not making recommendations regarding the property. We are not taking any rights from the public. We're not taking rights from the newly elected board. We're just doing our job. It is our job to make that decision so that people will have the opportunity to put their input in it, so that the new board members will be able to put their input when the time comes. It just gives everyone the more flexibility in choosing what we want to do. The other two are very limited, and it's almost like making a decision. That's what you want to do. That's more, it's harder to do those. That's almost like a decision to do those. But C is a little bit more flexible, and it allows people to be able to look at what is being proposed, to put their input, and for the newly elected members to be able to give their input to the whole thing.
Okay, I think we've entertained discussion. And now before we move forward, are there any other pieces of information that any board members need to be able to vote properly on this action item?
So my question is, if we can modify the action items, that first part will be, can be to appoint the members, 7-Eleven committee, and second action items could be for the options. If it's possible to do that, then I think it will be more fair. But it's into your hands. If the other board members, they feel like,
so I'll give you my point of view on it. But actually, before we do that, do any board members have any position on the level of action item. Is anybody uncomfortable here having both of these actions in one item?
I still have one question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Member Wong.
And regarding the 2.48, the ACUS, and which is one company which is harder the request. And since they give the proposals, and do we have a time and the limits and time pressure, the deadline, and to respond for that?
Yeah, we that's not really in our that's really not in the item that we're talking about right now. We're not talking about any transactional details. We're not talking about anything like that. We are simply at this point, that's not really a consideration for this process. This process is simply that's a transaction that like I said, I think we're not at the point to talk about that at this point, and we certainly shouldn't be discussing anything outside of closed session. So right now,
if this is
go ahead.
I mean, if this is the timeline pressures, and I don't think we should be rushing to make the conclusions and the things, and we have some disagreement in here. And so I would suggest just approve the committees and not.
Okay, with everything that I've heard so far, why don't we do this? Let's vote. And if you don't agree, then have your vote be counted. So with that, may I have a motion and a second to appoint the members of the Advisory 7-Eleven Committee and confirm option C as the scope of the committee's charge?
So moved. So moved.
Okay, I think you were muted, Member Core. Did you second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've discussed it quite a lot, but as a point of process, let's continue the discussion. Are there further discussions on this motion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, let's roll call.
Trejo.
Aye.
Kaur.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
No.
Wong.
No.
Nishihira.
Aye.
So I would like to, for the purpose of clarification, I would like to make a note of that. I am in agreement of appointing the 7-Eleven committee, but not the option C. I would like to appoint the committee for option A. If you just keep that statement in the comments, please.
Mr. Secretary, would you make sure that that's in the minutes?
Will do.
All right. Thank you. Moving on, 12.16. May I have a motion and a second to ratify the contract for the fencing project at Itliong Veracruz Middle School and James Logan?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that's Member Canlis and Member Wong. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Trejo.
Aye.
Kaur.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to item 12.17. I have a motion and a second to approve the agreement between Edmentum and DSIS and PLA for years 2021.
So moved.
Second.
That's Member Canlis and Member Chima. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Trejo.
Aye.
Kaur.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 12.18. May I have a motion and a second to approve the contract between, oh, hang on, sorry. May I have a motion and a second to approve the contract renewal for School Mint?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so it's Member Canlis, Member Chima. Discussion?
None.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Trejo.
Aye.
Kaur.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Okay, moving on to consent agenda items. Are there any items that members would like to pull for a separate vote or discussion?
None from me.
Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 13.1 through 13.11.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that was member Canlis, member Wong. Discussion.
None.
All right, roll call, please.
Trejo,
Aye.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Skipping item 14 because no items were pulled, we're moving on to 15.1, governance review. So just an assessment of the governance procedures and protocols for today. Is there anything that any of the board members or the governance team would like to highlight?
The action item about the appointing the committee, I think in the future, being the president, if it's like a two-part decision making, if we can separate those action items in the future for any reason, so that should be taken care of.
Okay.
Then we can
I
avoid
would
the
agree with that
situation.
as well.
Okay, so
Creates less confusion.
okay. All right. Anybody else have any governance issues that they'd like to discuss? I've got a couple. All right. With this one, I noticed that during items from the board, we were kind of pogo sticking from person to person. What I think would be more efficient is if we all kind of, it's actually very different in Zoom. Like when we're on the dais in person, like we go from left to right and we just kind of, take that sequence. Here we kind of pogo stick. So to the extent that's possible, let's try to get all of our comments kind of prepared so that we can give it all in one fell swoop. That's one thing that I see. And then the other thing that I'd like to see a little bit more is the use of the raising of hands and also the appropriate lowering of hands. I know it's going to take it'll take a little while. I still do it all the time where I keep my hand up. Actually, not at school board meetings, but also at work meetings. So let's see if we can use raising our hands a little bit more so that it's a little bit easier to preside over the meetings. Yes, member Chima.
So whenever I raise my hand in the system, I sometimes have the impression that you might not see it, so I just do it here.
Got it.
That might not be right, but it gives me just a perception.
Okay. Well, I mean, tell you what. Why don't we do this? Raise your hand in Zoom, and then if for some reason it doesn't look like I'm calling, then just do this because Superintendent Thompson does it all the time during items of the board where it looks like I'm about to move on, and because he's the co-host, he can't actually raise his hand, so he does that. So it's just kind of the way that these Zoom meetings work, but we'll get through it, and it'll be another reason for us to look forward to getting back onto the dais. All right.
I have my hand
like
up.
Oh.
that was a test.
Sometimes.
That works. All right. Thank you, Member Kim. Let's go for it.
Testing the system. No, just kidding. I made my point, I think. I know that you want to be as efficient as possible, and we all want that. But sometimes, like today, and we don't do it all the time, I wasn't sure whether I should bring up that Ms. Kaur and Mr. Wang are not coming back. So I didn't want to say anything before they said something. So as a result, I raised my hand after she talked, and I raised my hand after he talked, because I didn't want to open something that I wasn't sure if they were comfortable doing that. So I will only do it when I think I need to do it, but I will try not to do that. But sometimes an idea comes up after somebody said something, and we don't have it before that happens. So I feel that we should have that flexibility to be able to come back
Yeah.
when a board member has something else to say and not limit to
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
to our turn.
Yeah, and it wasn't limiting, it was just kind of a best practice. Like if we can remember to do it, we should. But I mean, otherwise there are extenuating circumstances, I'm sure, and it happens. Member Chima, I see your hand up.
Okay, I was testing it again. So I agree with I agree with Member Candace as well. I think it also makes our meetings a little bit more lively. It's of course it's
what happened?
Board
Shoot,
members
huh?
should we discuss the ideas when they come to our mind. So that's the only way. Otherwise, it's like so boring, so to script.
It's the human in us.
Yes, right. And we are already virtual, So
Yeah, I hear you. All right, thank you.
yeah, keep
Member
it
Ford.
open, please. Keep it open. Yeah.
Of course.
I would have to agree with that. I don't know if it matters or not, or my opinion, but I think having that option to just say what's on your mind at times, it's okay. And by the time you reach for that, because I'm always looking for that, lower or raising my hand, at times it just takes the energy away, and you are so scripted as is. And I think we find it that most of the time you might be talking through the whole meeting and other people may not even have anything to say. So it allows that flexibility, that organic conversations to take place, especially in a virtual mode. So as much as you want to raise your hand, I think it's great. But every now and then there should be that flexibility of just saying what you have to say, or just raise your hand here so people can see it. And obviously in a respectful manner, right? So you guys are all adults, you can manage yourself.
Okay, that's fair. Then for items of the board, I think that's totally fair. Maybe there are times where we really do need to recognize the hand raising etiquette, because like maybe there might be a point where we're having like a very kind of an intense conversation, and we do have to kind of preside with a certain level of turn taking and things like that. So maybe items of the board, not a great example, but like for example, things like just recognizing whose turn it is to talk, so we're not talking over each other, for sure. Okay.
So also sometimes the screens freeze,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm lowering my hand now.
All right, member Chima put her hand down. Member Candace, do you still have something to say?
Yes, I just want to end by saying I really enjoyed working with this team 4 years ago. We started out with 3 new board members, and I was scared to death. I was the president at the time because, my goodness, 3 new board members. But since then, this team worked well together and so collaborative. We didn't always agree. In fact, sometimes we were ready to kill each other, but we kept our professionalism and we really worked well together. So I will miss you, Ms. Kaur and Mr. Wang. We have had a good 4 years. And I would also like to add that Mr. Nishihara, thank you for doing a very efficient job. But sometimes because you're working with us human beings, we will be raising our hands after we've already spoken. So
I got
put
it.
up with us.
I do the same thing. I do the same thing. All right. Okay. That was actually a really good governance session. Really appreciate all that. All right. Moving on to 16.1, our final agenda item. Does anybody have any requests of staff? Okay. All right, member Candace, put her hand down. Okay, got it. All right, I do have one. I have been contacted by several members of the community around the use of Donors Choose as a way to fundraise for items in the classroom. And I kind of alluded to it when we talked about the school site council. I'm sorry, the student plans for student achievement. And I think one of the things that we would love a little bit of clarity on is I would love for staff to kind of give us a readout at a future board meeting, maybe either at a board meeting or through a board communication around the policies and procedures that surround outside fundraising for that are things like donors choose, right? Like because there's a wide range of things that can be requested, and some of them, really, I think the spirit of this is that if our teachers or our staff members need something, it is our job as a school board to deliver it. So if there are things that we are not able to provide to our teachers, that's a good thing to know. We should know that. But more specifically, I'd love to understand our board policy around these types of activities, of which donors choose is one of those. Those models. So I'd love for the staff to provide information on that.
Yeah, and we can get consensus. I can share with you what I think we can do that'll address that, and then if the board wishes, we can proceed. Donors Choose definitely falls under our donations board policy, and it has to be followed. Donors Choose in particular has our own particular policies about what you can and can't do. So that's something that crops up every now and then. Certainly what we could do is provide a summary of how that fits within the general board donation. We have both a board policy and an AR about that, and I'm happy to present something to the board on that if the board wishes. Do we have consensus on that? Is that
board?
Yeah, that would be fine. That way it's clear to all
Just
of us.
just the initial information. Yeah.
Because Donor Choose does give a lot of donations from different people. Actually, they just focus into that company, and all the donations come from different people. When I was in a classroom, we've gotten a lot of stuff from them very easily because people were just so generous.
Yep. Okay. And then so in addition to so I think there seems to be general board consensus that it would be good for us to take a look at. The other thing I think let me think if maybe that is no. I think that should be enough for now. Do you have any questions, Mr. Superintendent, about the request?
No, I think I'm pretty clear on it, and it's probably a good time. Every once in a while, things get a little off track with Donors Choose because sometimes teachers ask for things or others ask for things, and it's not cleared through the principal, and it can be a little messy, and then the public doesn't know what they're donating to. So it's probably a good time to clarify all of that anyway. So happy to do it. I think I'm clear on it, and what I'll do is I'll put something together, put it together in an update for the board, and then we can proceed from there.
Excellent. Okay. Do any other board members have? You have your hand up, member Canlis.
Thank you so much. I've already mentioned this to Dr. Thompson. The attendance during COVID, I'm just wondering what the trends are from August to last month regarding attendance. I know on a regular basis, we have 95 to 96% attendance. I'm wondering during distance learning what that looks like.
Actually, I don't think I even need consensus for that. I have some information on enrollment and attendance that we were preparing to share with the board anyway. So that's something that was coming, and we can do that. So I don't feel like we need consensus on that because we were planning on providing that anyway. So happy to do that.
Sounds good.
Member Chima.
Yeah, I was just along the same line like Member Canlis has mentioned. Yes, I think it's a regular item, but for some reason it did not information did not reach to us. But Superintendent already have mentioned that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Looks like there's no more hands up. Looks like we've accomplished all of our business. And so seeing no further business, we stand adjourned. Thank you, team.
Thank you.